Keep laughing.
Oh my God!
Here I come to save the day.
Hi, Sashi. You get a
Quit
point.
playing with your dinghy.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Fuck you, Mizu.
The space between the button balls.
Yeah. That was your hand. Hi, Sashi. And you get a point. That is really annoying that they put pre-roll ads on there before you could even fucking have ads. That's really dumb. Well, we added the other hand, Omizu. It fell right before stream start, so I had to plaster the finger back on. The paint's not adhering to this. But I have it in the spot that I think I want. I also think I need to move the background a little bit. Or the cardboard that is the background. I will not prepare my taint. I'm doing fine, Sashi. Making this hand has been annoying because I didn't have enough of the mold material, so I didn't get down to my wrist like I wanted to, but I think if I would have planned the cardboard box better, I could have. And then I was trying out just pure plaster of Paris versus like this other molding one that the other molding one seems to be more robust than this plaster seems. But we'll see if it takes time to like fully dry out. How you doing, Adenet? But I'm gonna make more. I need to make more finger guns. Like this. I need to do like a fist. I need to do probably a peace sign. Not to mention probably left-hand versions of some of these. The hand is made from plaster of Paris. Doing fine. I'm some busyness, but good. Let me go move this background slightly. We'll get some paper towels and gloves. Go and make sure everybody that did everyone get all their family, friends, relatives, and acquaintances to sub to my YouTube? Remember, I'm a sad, desperate man. And for everyone to watch every second. Like that. Okay. All right. Just little tweaks. All right, good.
Wow.
The mold. Hi, Carlos. Thank you for the sub. The mold is from what is it called? There's a type of powder that they use for it. I I can get you the name. 1 second, Omizu. Don't you boo me, Kaylan. Miss your purple hair. Don't you boo me with your purple hair. You can't ban me. Omizu, the alginate. Mold alginate. Oh my god, I'm getting banned. Oh, wait, no. You can't ban me. It's called alginate, Omizu. Mold alginate. It's actually kind of expensive shit. To make the mold for the hand and I didn't have enough was $30. However, if I would have... So if I used all of it. I should have used all of it. But I also could have probably had a better box for it, you know? And I think I could have gotten up to my wrist if I took the time to make a box that fitted even better. I used the garbage bag in a cardboard box. But, you know, it's not necessarily cheap to do these hands. Not to mention I wasted some when I undermixed the water. Because the shit sets very fast. Here for a bit. Okay, Pickles. Hi, Drez. What new pigments? You know, I got a shipment of pigments coming in, Drez. No worries, Omizu. Omizu, I do recommend it. I recommend getting there's one company which the plaster was better. The algae, I've been trying to find cheaper versions of it. But frankly, the mold, like, there's a company that has blue packaging, Omizu. If you were to get it, I'd recommend getting that. Hi, Dot Goddess. Yeah, Drez, I'm getting my dad's mulling back 6 kilograms of pigment from Europe. Guess how much the bismuth yellow was? Guess how much we got a kilogram of bismuth yellow for? About 150. No, it wasn't Michelangelo brand. Son of a bitch. Garg! On Hands Day? But I also got a kilogram of Pyrrole Red, Quinacridone Magenta, and Phthalo Blue coming. 3 kilograms of yellow and a kilogram each of the others. How are you today, Garg? Garg, I got a real hankering for some plein air. So I might be harassing you. No more Eep. No more Eep, Kaylan. It's stream watching time. Plein air and Johnny's would be good. Plein air and hot pot or pizza. Nope. No Eep. None. None for you. This is stream watching time. Amazon, Omizu. Amazon. I could show it to you. Give me a minute. I'll bring up the... If you search, like, mold compound, I'll show you the brand that probably is, like, decent value. You can't ban me. Load. Enhance. Enhance. Okay, here it is. It's this brand. Is probably if I were to good time complainer when I come on. We'll see if we have time, Maddie. This is the brand Omizu that had the best plaster, like casting material, and their alginate was good too. It's just like it's probably not the absolute best price, but they're all fairly similar. Con pickles. Con. Dun, 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 dun. And that's what I'm going to make my feet out of as well. We're going to have badly made left feet for sale for all you perverts. All right, each left foot is going to be $200. And through it all, I did it my way. All right, we need to get this other white tube out of mill. All right. Our palette for today is highly controversial. I might get assassinated for even talking about this palette. It's very dangerous. What the fuck is this color? That's burnt umber. Okay. Very controversial, okay? I'm risking my life by doing this. All right. All right, so we got titanium white, lead white, bismuth anodate, yellow lemon. Oh yeah, I think it is still zoomed in. Did I not unzoom it? Fucking A, son of a bitch. Why would I? Oh my god, is that annoying. It was just on these monitors. I made a mistake. I canceled it. I reopened the thing, and then it's on my other fucking monitors. God bless America. Son of a bitch. How does that make sense? How do we make this program very inconvenient? Okay, it was Zoom. Okay. There we go. Through it all, I did it all. did it, Omizu? Son of a bitch, Nene. Nene, did you get the invoice I sent you for that color demonstration? Something, yeah. Yep, you owe me money. Yep. I don't do those color demonstrations for free. As you know.
Oh my God!
You dirty bastard. Yep. Nope, it's gotta be cash. You know, we will take it out of your, you know, obviously I have financial institutions on my side, so we will take the $200 million out of your account, including the overdraft fees. Let's see if you why would you remember Monet, Nene? Why would you even think about Monet at this time? Huh, Nene? Yeah, I didn't need Thalo for this. I don't know. Actually, we didn't need Thalo. We're not gonna put out Thalo Blue again. Well, I can't do anything until you remember correctly, because I definitely know when it will be correct. But what you're saying is not correct. Why would you blame me, Dot Goddess? It's not my fault. I did it all, and I did it my way. Oh, it's amazing. Okay. We need fart noises for YouTube. Everyone wants their fart noises, huh? That could probably be arranged. Is that a threat, Nene? Farts are always funny. Not should, they are. Ah, fucking son of a bitch. You gotta watch out in that. Maddie is the bastard. No, no. You're the crazy one here, Maddie. All of you are the I'm the normal. I want you all to know that I'm the normal one here. You are all the crazy ones. Here I am just painting, and then I just get a group of rapscallions harassing me nonstop. I'm very normal. I did no such thing. Not true. Nope. Pickles, you are a sweet angel, but you still are very, what's the right word? Wrathful. Wrathful. And pissed off. And I did it all. Well, obviously, you know, out in it, America is the greatest country in the world. Okay. All right. You know, Canada is going to become the 51st state. The United Kingdom is going to be the 52nd state, obviously, with our glorious leader. Greenland's going to be the 53rd state. How do I not use... because the impasto medium. Omizu. That's what I've been doing at the start of here. I've been adding filler, so I have a lot of paint out here, you know? And that filler is just made of chalk, silica. And then I also resigned my fate, Omizu, to using a lot of paint. To get the results I want, I got to... Gotta do it. I did it all, and I did it my... Impasto. You know I sell it, Omizu. You know I make it and sell it, right? Out in that, no, you can't, no weed heads allowed. You gotta stay, no weed allowed here at all. Okay, I don't make the rules, I just ruthlessly enforce them. Alright? 'Cause I did it my... I sing this the correct way. Oh boy. Final curtain. Wasn't a single chug. It was too fast though. I drank those Four Locos too fast. There, see? That's good. That's good, Outernet. Good, good. Good. I can't find... Is that the brush I've been using? I wouldn't think it was. It felt like it was a... Well, that looks like it. Okay. I didn't put out oleo gel. Okay. Always something you forget. Where's my oli gel? Yeah, I do have to remember my red pills. Can't forget about those. I do want to do a very large, please. Not a foot or two bigger. Then I would suggest getting some impasto medium. Are you going to make a large? Oh, it is. It's from user. Nope, your only medications out of net need to be God. Just God. Yep. We are all, well, and Donald Trump, obviously. We are all God-fearing, Donald Trump-loving red pillars here, obviously. That's all you need. That's all you need. Maybe the occasional Elon Musk. What kind of paint did you use in the restaurant? Oh, Miro, okay. No, Musk was always a shithead, but you couldn't, like, you know, we were all mostly fooled back then, you know? No, they were like, you know, that's the thing, right? They didn't have things that publicly seem shitty at, you know? So, like, they were still shitty. People just don't change that much, you know? And through it all... Good, Omizu. Yep, you gotta seal it first. So this got off. Seal the wood first. Good, Adam. Good, good. See, now it looks like my light moved. So that's great. Or the background moved enough where I have to readdress some of these shadows. I'm glad I could help Outernet.
Oh my god!
Son of a bitch! To Mr. Pigments? What the hell? I don't trust this Anani mouse. Mostly Windsor Noon Paint. Don't you dare. None of you better... You know, you don't have to buy my paint. Just don't support Windsor and Newton. Alright? They're bad people. They're a bad company, everybody. Don't support their horseshit. You don't have to buy mine, but please. Please, Lord. Anonymous does hate me. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's crazy that they still use zinc. I like a lot of the academic papers I read, Maddie, on pigments actually deal with studying the effects of like with regards to conservation, and I would say about 60% or 70% of the academic papers on pigments and oil pigments deals with the dangers of zinc, or like how to conserve paintings that have zinc in them. It's a huge issue. If only, Omizu. If only. Well, at Badly Made Paints, we are actively working on a time machine. All right, just so everybody knows. At Badly Made Paints, we are actively working on a time machine. It is hot tub based. It is hot tub based. But we're very confident that we will get a working time machine before Elon Musk gets to Mars. There's two of them, Maddie. Nick would own that warehouse. I really would, Dot Goddess. Boy, do I want a warehouse. I just want to live in a huge-ass warehouse, everybody. A wide-open 2 million square foot warehouse. That's all I need. Probably not, Maddie. Probably not. But I'll consider it. Don't you bastard is me. One, I didn't know it was tomorrow. I might have some work I need to do or work on. And, you know, I need my time to be sad. Cause I did it my way. Well, no, it would have electricity and water. There are warehouses that big. I just couldn't afford the... I mean, lighting that whole place and cooling it down would be a crazy price. I'm mixing Windsor. You can do that, Omizu. You know what, Mizu, though? I am not. I will add a. I will add a correction here. If you already have Winsor & Newton paint, use it. Except the titanium white. I would just say, throw that out. Don't use it. But, that's also like somewhat of a privileged stance. Right? I'll say if you're making work to sell, don't use it. If you're making work to sell, do not use Winsor & Newton titanium white. But, I respect that, this shit costs money. I don't think Michael Graham uses zinc oxide, but you know what the big issue with Michael Graham is? It's only walnut oil, Omizu. Yeah. Yeah, I would highly recommend not using it. If you have a Winsor & Newton titanium white. You're talking about Michael Graham, Goddess? I'm actually, I'm not sure. I do think they use fillers. Um, I don't think I don't necessarily think they're a bad company. I just have a huge issue with the walnut oil and why they use walnut oil. Do you know why? Like I already told you. Like, this is coming from Dres, Mr. Pigments. He said the only reason they use walnut oil is because it's better for marketing. And philosophically, I have a huge problem with that. I have a huge problem with like that thought and compromise. Ethically, I don't like it. Um, Now, I have heard good things about their paint, like as far as like, yeah, I heard their pigment load is good. Um, Apparently the owner is a pretty decent guy, but I still really don't agree with that stance. I forgot it there. Yeah. Well, and here's the deal, right? Um, 'Cause, 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 Titanium white is not a difficult color to make with the stuff that they have. So it's good that they are able to make it or have a good version of it. If I was like testing out a company, it's like, because I'm not saying I'm like necessarily that good at making paints, but I'm aware of difficult paints to make. Well, where'd you read it, Dot Goddess, that they don't use fillers? Just out of curiosity. Williamsburg is the brand I recommend to people if they're looking for, if they don't buy mine. Is them and Rublev are the brands I recommend. What do you mean it's plastic? Like it dried? Cobalts dry very fast. So cobalts don't have an extremely, like, if there's any air that gets in there, they actually don't have a very long shelf life. They have a list of every single thing in their paints. I didn't know Michael Graham did that. That's good on them. I will say, though, there are some things that aren't traditionally considered fillers that are basically fillers, though. So I'd have to look. But that isn't generally a good start if they actually list the shit in their paint. Because most companies don't. I was curious if you read that from like somebody reviewing. Because once again, companies don't need to tell you what's in their paints. So. It's a big issue with all of this. Well, Dot Goddess, if you are ordering from me, I could probably make you some or quote you a price if you wanted to do it that way. If you wanted to test out a smaller tube. I don't think Rublev has the greatest price on it, but um, you know, I was getting it before I knew how to make it. More of an, oh, you're saying, I see what you're saying. Well, you know, so why I brought up the filler thing is, you know, castor wax is like, I've heard this a lot about Winsor and Newton. I haven't used them recently enough to make any statements on like what their paint feels like, but I've heard that Winsor and Newton uses quite a bit of wax, and wax, specifically castor wax, will probably give that feel a good, you know, um, I did it my way. But you know, Dot Goddess, cobalts have kind of a weird texture to it, in general. That, like, I have noticed that with cobalts in general, that they are um kind of sticky. Yeah, just shoot me a message, Dot Goddess. I do. I Omizu Rosemary and Co. straight up is the best value brushes I have found, and it's like continuous. I just bought Colibri brushes from because I had a gift card to Natural Pigments, and they sell Colibri brushes, so I ordered a couple of them. But man, Rosemary and Co. Ultimate bristles are the straight up the best value, and I'm pretty confident saying that. Omizu, I've tried several now more expensive German like paintbrush companies because apparently Germany makes awesome brushes, and every single time I use a Rosemary and Co. It's just like, okay, this is cool. This is just exactly what I want, and they're cheap, and they have a crazy ass selection. Because I only paint with bristle Omizu, and their ultimate bristle I have grown very comfortable with. It's just, it's just about value, Omizu. Like I said, I have always been very, I have just been straight up very satisfied with their sizing, their value, their selection. Um, I remember I have spent $40 on a brush before, like on like a flat kind of like this with a 12-inch handle, and it was this German company, and I did it on a whim to try out. And I remember after it was literally I set it on stream because I used it on stream. In one session, the bristles started like flaring out. That could be a function of it just being cobalt plus some of their fillers that got us. And so like yeah, the brush was basically lost its shape in an annoying fashion in one stream. Like we're talking like 3 hours. And I've just never felt that way with like, some of this is subjective, right? But like, I also, Mizu, I'm somebody who puts little value in the brush as long as it meets my minimums, right? And I could safely say that like Rosemary and Company has like always met my expectations. And their prices are just super fucking reasonable. It's just they do take like a week to get in because you're ordering from their shop, but that's about it. Hell, even their shipping is reasonable considering they're shipping from the UK. Well, no, they have any um shape or feel that you are looking for, Omizu. Check out their website, dude. Like I use Ultimate Bristle. They have like Chongqing Bristle. They have like ivory. Like they literally make brushes for like 30 different materials, Omizu. Literally like it's a lot of materials in different shapes, different handle lengths. They have the best selection by far. And like I said, they're like you don't have to sell feet picks to afford them. But I sell feet picks anyways. DM me if you want them. I'm Painting Badly was banned off of Twitch for soliciting feet pics. Don't you crickets me. Those feet pics will sell, damn it. Listen, Maddie, I have all the prints of my feet pics just lying around. They will sell. I mean, yeah, I bought 10,000. You know, they will sell. You gotta believe, Maddie. This is why they're not selling, because you're not believing. Oh, did you just go there too at Dot Goddess? Snake oil is almost here. You know, Maddie, I had a thought about making my own refined linseed oil the other day, but it's a pain in the butt. If you don't have a machine, it's a pain in the butt. Well, so yes and no, Maddie. So if I had to do it manually, it would take about 2 months. And like, you know, doing probably like I could probably do like a barrel in like and it'd probably be like 10 to 20 hours of work, but you need to store it. You need to have it by sunlight, you know, probably a mess. If you had the machine, I don't know what the machine costs though. You need a big centrifugal, I guess, thing that spins it around to separate the shit. So it's like, how much could I make at a time? I'm using the Ultimate Bristle. Ultimate Bristle on Rosemary & Co. is the ones I buy. Which is, I think, synthetic hog hair that they use. They offer real hog hair. I don't know if Ultimate Bristle is real hog hair or not, but regardless, it's, I use that one. Is how much liquid could that hold, Maddie? Like, do they give you size? I'm not talking about like the laboratory ones. Because I'm talking about one that could do gallons at a time. Up to 20. That's all it costs? Are you... Is that really all it costs? Can you post a quick link, Maddie? Yeah, I mean, like, Omizu, you got to spend enough to get the free shipping. It's whenever I spend whenever I go to Rosemary & Co. It's not often, but it's $100. I spend. I didn't even look at that price. Oh my god. That's reasonable enough cost that I'll do that in the future. Alright, everybody. Snake oil's on the way. Son of a bitch! Sack! Yeah, Mizu, but you're like... you know, looking at your brushes, you do needed to up them a bit. Like, I think your brushes were holding you back a little bit. So I like long flats, Omizu, by the way. I like long flats. I don't like filberts. I only like rounds when they're on the smaller end. Even then, I'm not a huge fan of rounds, but and I'm gonna test the fan brushes from Rosemary and Co. in my next order. Yeah, long flats are my favorite. Also, you know, Zach, don't forget to get your dong in. Don't forget to post those pics of your dong in my Discord, Zach. That dong da dong dong dong. No, no, we need to see that dong. Yeah. Well, I mean, it goes to show you, Amizu, you don't, brushes, detail on brushes is very, what's the right word? Overblown. All night long, let me see that dawn, baby. That dawn, da dawn, dawn, dawn. So you're telling me, Zach, you're not entering the Paint-A-Dong this year? It's a $2 billion prize pool. I hope you know. Yeah, that's where I get my palette knives too, Dot Goddess. Honestly, Omizu, if you're making an order from there, you should get 4 to 5 brushes. Yeah, well, how dare you besmirch our country's national anthem, the Dong Song, during the most holy time of the year, the Paint-A-Dong. I mean, Amizu, like, what's their free shipping limit? Your mixing palette? I would get that off of Omizu. Just get a desk mat. Get a glass desk mat from Amazon. That's your best value for the glass. Don't get the glass from an art supply place. They charge you an arm and 2 penises for it. All night long. Let me see that dawn. Baby. That dong, da dong, dong, dong. What are you talking about, Dot Goddess? the way. Oh, Mizu, if you go to my, I think it's on my art material section. I would order if you need a piece of glass. There's a huge price difference when they say it's for mixing or art related versus one that's for like your office. Okay? Or get a glass cutting board. Trust me on this. You're welcome, Doc Goddess. Doc Goddess, exactly, Zach. Doc Goddess, in my Discord, there's a section called like material section. I think I have a link for it in there. But if you just search a glass desk mat in Amazon, it's what I used as my palette before. You can get like a 19 by 24 for like, at the time it was like 26 bucks. But you could find smaller ones or a glass cutting board for like the $10 to $12 range, depending on the size that you want. Trust me, bro. Yeah, you can get clear ones, Omizu. You can get clear ones. Thank you. Thank you, Manny. Maybe. That dong, da dong, dong, dong. Oh my god! Too bad you're stuck here. You fell into the trap. You fell into the trap, you son of a bitch. Welcome insult. You're stuck here forever. No, don't say bye to them. They're staying. Nope, nope, nope. Salt staying. Let me see that dog. Nope. It's too bad. That's a shame because you're staying. Because he's legally required as part of his parole. A lot of judges do that like pseudo punishment thing of having to watch my stream. Welcome back, Sashi. No, no one can leave. Ugh. You know, Sashi, you know, since I'm like spending nothing on food, ice cream is something I've been craving so much, but I just never buy for myself. $50? Okay. No, Zach, I'm just eating like, you know, I eat really cheap, like, so like Zach, I'm eating tons of like beans, rice, you know, cheaper cuts of meat, you know, yeah, frugal. So it's like, I don't like, you know, so it's like, you know, I'm not gonna spend like $8 on ice cream, you know. I cook all my meals, shit like that. So ice cream is usually just like not in the budget. I know they're cheap to make. It's just, you know, I usually get my sweets out of like coffee or tea. You know, I'll make myself like a Vietnamese coffee. But something that kind of lasts a little bit longer than ice cream. Or the ingredients for it. Yeah. Oh, no, no. Let me see the dawn, baby.
Wow, wow, wow.
Hi, Dia.
Shame!
I know. We're almost at a year, Dia. Hola! Feel a way to cook all your meals. It's the best way. I mean, it's a great way, but it's tough when you don't feel like cooking, Dot Goddess, or you're craving something that is kind of unique to a restaurant. But, you know, this is the path I've chosen. So until I start earning more, I don't really get, you know, I can't really afford to do that type of shit. You know? Frugal life? True. Well, not to mention, I'm going to be ordering that. I'm fairly certain I'm ordering that new easel soon. Thank you again, Dia. Um, and yeah, I have one. Is August 22nd and 23rd, or 21st and 22nd is the next one, Sashi. And then I have another one at the beginning of October. Son of a bitch. Damn it, Zach. I really should land where this red is now. I may be careful if that's what's selling you on it, Maddie. Almost every art fair like states that, but it depends on how rigorous their like checks are. You know what I mean? It's too much red. That would be Dia. What city are they meeting in? Is it New York? Oh, DC. Yeah. Well, I did read a thing that apparently, you know, Iran's actively trying to assassinate Trump. I mean, I don't know what they're like. I literally watched a YouTube video on it, but you know, how reliable is that? But it is one by one of the bigger like political channels. I forget which one it was. It'd be terrible. Oh, so awful. It wouldn't immediately benefit the entirety of the world and save lives. I mean, it'd be the worst thing since Reagan died. I just missed. I mean, nothing would ever go wrong with their protection. I don't think anything bad would ever happen again. You know? They've got the whole world in their hands. They've got the whole wide world. No, no, Dia. They're definitely in heaven right now. Going to heaven and in heaven. You're telling me Lindsey Graham would be in hell? Unbelievable, Dia. And Charlie Kirk, you think Charlie Kirk would be in hell? With how many men he helped? Protecting them from, um, you know, single mothers and people and non-white people? Please. You think Charlie Kirk is in witness protection? I mean, how has that murder case like not advanced at all? Like they don't have the right guy, don't they? Is that what? Yeah, that's amazing. I love having an incompetent um FBI. We got to get this red in here now. You got red on you. That's true, Omizu. Okay. So how do I line this up? So plumb lines. Still to the right of this. So up here. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole wide world in his hands. God, I miss Charlie Kirk every day, everybody. Every night I say a prayer to Charlie Kirk and now Lindsey Graham. And I'm just so sad that they're gone. I could not believe we're living in a world without them. One of the greatest men to ever live. Dia would agree with me. Oof. Fuck. Yeah, so are you getting a Starlink, Dia? Fine, Zach. Zachariah. Ooh, yeah, Zach is pissed. Zach is really pissed today. Zach, did you forget to take your red pill for 2 years? Have you gotten consistent like usage out? Like I've heard that there's been like a lot of connection issues. Is that something you've experienced with it? It's not paint water, it's salt water. I will not. Hi, Lost Traveling. Jesus Christ, dude. Are you on, like, are you not on public power? Like, are you on your own power? Like, do you run generators or solar? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Well, I'll add you to my, I'll pray for you and Charlie Kirk tonight. And Elon. I bet, dear. That was a funny bit. Has anyone been watching the new Tim Heidecker InfoWars? It's really funny. It's very funny. Um, and they have a guy kind of making fun of kind of these conspiratorial podcasts do a bit, like a segment every stream. And this guy's talking about, yeah, like when Jesus returns, we have to make sure he doesn't get addicted to online porn. I thought that was a very funny concept. I love Tim Heidecker stuff so much, Omizu. And I love the Onion stuff, so. Um, I'd be lying if I didn't say it was disappointing, Dia. Uh, I only sold one thing for 200 bucks. Um, there are some possible silver linings if those people kind of did what they said they would do, but I don't have a lot of confidence or faith. In that. So we'll see. We will see. It's not the end of the world, but everything is awful. Yeah, it's okay. It's my first one, It was a lot of work. I got a speeding ticket on my way up there. I mean, it's not like I could just stop and give up. But it would have been really nice to have sold a few pieces. Yeah. Nope. It was, yeah, $282 with the fees and everything. Not to mention gas and everything like that, gas and the actual cost way down. I hope so, Mizu. Listen, people just don't see my genius. All right? Right? This is obviously stuff a genius would do. And I'm very humble. Did I mention I was humble? Exactly, Dio. Well, like I said, I do say my paintings are the single best investment in the world right now. Because I will be assassinated, killed brutally by one of you. I know so. And at that time, my paintings will skyrocket in price. Exactly, Omizu. Exactly. Okay. If you want generational wealth, you got to buy one of my paintings. Easily, they're going to be worth $1 billion a piece when I'm assassinated. Okay. When I'm gunned down outside of a cheesecake factory by a hitman one of you paid for, my paintings are just gonna skyrocket. It's a lot of billions, Dio. That's right. All right. When I'm gunned down outside of that cheesecake factory that I was kicked out of, okay, because I ate too much cheesecake. Exactly, Dio. All right. When I somehow offended the cheesecake factory with my eating, and like I said, gunned down by two men with two derringers apiece. And they drive off in their cyber truck. That has an anime wrap around it. My paintings will be worth a lot. And they won't even be caught because the cops will think they're too cool. Like, holy shit, derringers and a Cybertruck? Well, obviously, Dia. You know what? Even better, Dia. See, that's going to be the twist. They're not going to be white dudes. They're going to be like Peruvian. Just to throw everybody off the scent. These are professional hitmen. I think I made that too long. That's not allowed. you know? That's the thing, Dia. They're professionals. They still have morals, yeah. Well, it's more about not getting caught, right? The cops won't even consider the Peruvian hitmen. That is true. God, our Cybertruck's the worst. You're probably in an area of the country, Dia, where you probably don't see any, I bet, too, right? Electric cars in your area are probably way too impractical. Lucky. I just don't know how they figured out I'd be kicked out of the Cheesecake Factory. That probably is a very poor reflection on myself. Do you know what you need to do to get kicked out of a Cheesecake Factory? You haven't seen one in person yet, Dia? I've seen there's a few in my city. Probably like 3. One's a company one. Yeah. You probably have a ton of Cybertrucks in your area, don't you, Richards? I mean, Richards, don't you have like 2 or 3 of them yourself? Like, I thought you pre-ordered 2 and then got another one on release. Obviously, Dia. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. You got a Charlie Kirk edition? Holy shit. Good for you. I didn't know we had a celebrity in chat. Why does your ass hurt all the time? You're not hanging out with Marco Rubio again, are you? Why would they be confused, Dia? Hold on. Why would they? Who could possibly be confused here? No, you know, Rubio's one of the secret, like, repressed gay Republicans. Did you know that? I'm surprised not as people know about Rubio. He's one of the repressed gay ones. No, but Rubio actually has a documented event, Dia. So apparently Rubio was driving, cruising in Miami. Um, it was like in the 80s or early 90s, and he got like they got pulled over with another man in like a common like gay cruising area, like at night, mind you. Um, and that guy he was with apparently later did gay porn, and then apparently he met his wife at like a bubble party, like kind of a gay bubble party type thing. So exactly, exactly lost. But I didn't know Rubio was one of like the really secret gay ones. Apparently it's him, Josh Hawley. I didn't know Stephen Miller even had some rumors on him. It was Lindsey Graham, obviously. Apparently Ted Cruz. Um, all men of very high character, you know, men of God. No, it's just like, well, oh, Mike Johnson too. Well, it's like it's because they've admitted stuff like sleeping. They don't sleep in the same bed as their wives, and like Mike Johnson apparently lives with his pastor. Then he also has like a an app with his son about not jacking off, something like that. It's all this like creepy ass shit that straight dudes don't bother with, or non-repressed straight dudes don't do, I should say. That's not like a gay guy thing. It's more of a religiously repressed con man would do. Did you not know that about Mike Johnson, Dia? He said this stuff out in the public, and I think Josh Hawley was the one who said he doesn't like sleep in the same bed as his wife. Oh, did he do the version? Yeah, yeah. But don't worry, they are God-fearing leaders. Okay, listen, everybody. Transgender people are the problem. Okay, obviously. Okay. Oh yeah. Also, our former vice president, Dia. Apparently there's a ton of gay rumors on him. Mike Pence? Apparently Mike Pence is very gay. Yeah, that's true. Well, you know, he had all those weird rules, do you remember? Like, he wouldn't be in a room alone with another woman. It came up when when they were running for president, or during that, like, you know, during the 2016 campaigns. Yeah. Listen, women are the devil, okay? Women are the devil, okay? And they are just incapable of not being emotional, okay? All right, maybe if women were a little less emotional. Yep. I think we should bring back the Scarlet Letter system. All right? I think we should bring that back. As God-fearing Christians, like all of us are, okay? I think we should start, you know, tattooing scarlet, you know, letters on pretty much every woman. You know, and obviously as a Republican, we got to lower that age of consent. Obviously. All right, that's pretty fucked up to say. Okay, I should be careful saying that joke. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm reining myself in for a second. Well, all right, almost there. Okay, all right. Be careful. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, I mean, as they fucking should. They do a way better fucking job. Yep. I will say that though, if modern Republicans had their way, the age of consent would be fucking like 14. No, I was here to you. If Republicans had their way, the age of consent would probably be around 14. I'm willing to bet if that, like, if they removed any federal, like, or um like, I'm talking the actual lawmakers. You know, it's just old men being old men. I know, it's fucking gross, Maddie. All right, we got the last hand in there, okay? I think I positioned it all right. Do we like this red hand? I mean, I don't hate men. I severely distrust them, Maddie. Right? It's crazy, Dia. All night long. Let me see. I've been really ramping up my rhetoric, haven't I? I said this last stream when I made that awesome Vietnam joke. But I do wish people would say more stuff outwardly. Like if it's gonna change the culture and we're gonna get like, you know, if we're gonna get these fuckers behind bars, it has to be like a cultural movement. I mean, a lot of my best friends are guys, so I'm not gonna say that. My difference, Richards, is like I am generally distrusting of men in their intent. But you know, it just it's more along those lines for me. Well, that's always why they've been pro censorship, Maddie. And why they bitch so much when, you know, Democrats or, you know, the left was like, you know, canceling everybody. They just realized they could use it to their advantage because people got freaked out because they can no longer say the F slur. Well, same, Dia. I mean, Dia, you know, it took me till college to like really understand like gay marriage. You know, I didn't follow politics, but then I just realized like it really was just like I remember the conscious thought I had at the time where it's like, wait, like I don't really have a good argument against like why shouldn't gay people be able to get married when it was a big deal? I'm talking this was like 2010, mind you. And I never did. I never had a really like uh argument against it. Anything was just more based on feeling because I was just uncomfortable. Like I was just like uncomfortable with what people thought of my sexuality. Right? It's just stupid shit like that. Like it fucking mattered in any capacity. Well, that's the turning point, Dia, right? Because live and let live is a convenient thing to do, but it's not. But that's like a behavior that inherently lets things get to a worse spot, right? Like it is live and let live on a micro scale. On a macro scale, it doesn't work because the people who don't want it will abuse that to the nth degree, you know. Friend in the middle. Exactly, Maddie. Exactly. Well, I mean, what I mean by that, Dia, is like, it's like pacification. I look at live and let live as kind of like a pacifying statement where it's like, um, oh, well, they can't get married, but they can still, you know, um, be openly gay with other people. But then it's like, oh, okay, so now they can't adopt kids. Okay, you know, um, they don't get the same, they can't qualify for the same tax breaks that other married people have. And it's just shit that gets whittled down because it's just kind of like, it's an extreme statement, what I'm saying in the like context of the live and let live. But I look at that as kind of like a pacification of people to let the like the bad shit happen, right? Not that I know what you meant, by the way. Um, this is not me being like upset at you or anything like that, but it's like the observation of it over time. Welcome in, pressure wosu cc welcome in. Absolutely, completely agree with that, Dia. I completely agree with that, 100%. What I mean is that, like, when we're talking about the distinction of a systemic problem versus the attitude of live and let live. Well, I am an excellent reader. Uh, Pre-sure T Woe Su CCE'd. So what I'm saying is, like, as a political tactic, Dia, I think Republicans and centrists use that live and let live argument in the wrong way to abuse the fact that they could take advantage of it. What are you talking about? Encourage what? I was just reading. What, Maddie? Do I need to teach you how to read? Thank you. Thank you, Mugworks. I have been told I read on a preschool level. Thank you, Eid. I'm just going to call you Eid. Mud, how was your day? Great stream today for Mud. For all of you who weren't there, great stream for Mud today. We also have the last 2 days of sumo. You're stunned that anybody comes back here? Why would you be stunned by that? This is easily the most entertaining stream in the world. Mud stream today, yeah. Mud has stream today. No, no, no. You were answering my questions, Mud. I'm positive. I'm positive. I'm like 85% sure. Okay, all right. I guess people, I mean, I guess Miranda is just way more trustworthy than me, I guess. Yes. What? Is that even a question? Mud, are you caught up on sumo? That Anishiki Kirishima match. Anishiki has definitely leveled up technique wise. Definitely leveled up technique wise. But Shishi looking better now that he's healthy. Shishi needs a lot more technique though. I know, I was rooting for that too, Omizu. Yeah, Anishiki looks hurt, but boy, like he dominated Kirishima. We still got 2 more days, Dia. Yeah. Oh, did you, Richards? Yeah, it was good. It was very good. I was so nervous. Boy, that because my favorite wrestler is Anishki. He's Ukrainian. I'm Ukrainian. Um, um, I think he's a good, good wrestler, and but he's been a little hurt, but not bad. But he's just been kind of overachieving relative to like how he's beaten some of the best people very handedly this tournament. And one of his losses was insanely close to a guy who's been a thorn in his balls. The other, he had one bad loss to a guy who has also been a thorn in his balls, but you know. But he's now 11-1. If he wins his next 2, he wins it. Does he have to win to get Yoko? They do, Dia. They do. I wasn't positive if he needed to win to get Yoko. Really? Even though he's at 10 wins? If he finishes 12-3? Huh. Shishi is good. He just really lacks a lot of technique. Hi, Monica. You're goddamn right. We were talking about thorns in balls. Fucking son of a bitch. Yes. Well, he looks healthy. He looks healthy. He needs like a bit more intensity. I'd say an explosion and use his strength. But he looks like he's leveling up or in process of it. Yeah. But I always root for Aonishiki. Kodoeho, yep, has looked good. The Buff Babies had a little bit of a disappointing tourney. Oho looks hurt. Atami Fuji looks good. Koto Sakura has not looked great to me. Yeah, Oho has to be hurt. Kodo has not looked great to me. Papayasu has looked decent. The Yokozunas are like a tale of two, like a match where they look great and a match they look like shit. He did. He did save it. Pinky out. That I should have thought of that. That would have been a good idea, Monica. Get the devil horns. Or no, that's the yeah, devil horns. I made it last night. It didn't go great, but it didn't go terrible. Yeah. Yeah, you just like to see him better. You mean the devil's lesbian, Monica? The question is, do I want to paint all this like these? The paint is not really adhering to this hand, so I don't know if I should um reflect that. Would it be better if I put like left the white spots from the paint peeling off? Maybe. Ooh, fuck. Shit. Okay, there we go. Yeah. But Kirishima, to me, clearly Kirishima and Anishiki have looked like the best sumos. Or the best Rikishi in this tournament. See that dawn, baby. Ao only had the one weird loss. Like he only lost to Yoshino Fuji and who was the other guy? But he handily beat Hosh and Onosato and Kirishima. Um, he hasn't faced Takayasu. But he beat Kodo as well. Yeah. He looked like he's leveled up technically a lot to me. Because he added that like side like lateral movement mod. Because he beat those a lot of his big matches. He won with like unexpected throws that I don't think he really did. Like how he beat Kirishima last night was just I would never have guessed Kirishima losing in that way like that. And I think that's something new from Anishiki. Yeah. So like I think he has pain. I don't think he's like hurt. But if this is him while he's like hurt still, then oh boy. Fucking watch out for Terminator Anishiki. Yeah, I have seen that, but I don't know if that's like the the toe thing, right? With Kodoeho. Oh, you already said I already read that. I did see him limp one time. So, not lately, Monica. Not lately. But don't tempt me. I won't hesitate. Monica, my Trump painting did get results, okay? My Trump painting got results. It wasn't ideal results, but we did get results, everybody, okay? Yeah. We did get one of them, though. We did get one of them. Unfortunately, unfortunately, Sam Neill also had to take a hit. All right, there was a little bit of a ricochet. It caught Sam Neill. Okay. How dare you, Monica? How dare you? You just always come in here and rage bait my ass. Every chance you get. Probably too. That's right. That's right, bud. I think I'm definitely responsible for McConnell as well. Nope, they're still hiding it because they don't want the Kentucky governor to just replace him with a Democrat, I think, is ultimately what they're just trying to do. But they're never going to get, like, charges for it, so it's not like they give a shit. Well, good luck. I don't rage quit, Monica. Yeah. I mean, it's just amazing how fucking just like plain despicable they fucking are. It's just amazing. Yeah. Well, yeah, it really started to me when they really gave up any pretense of like even caring. It really started with the Merrick Garland thing, right? But then it moved to when God, the Supreme Court Justice, the woman, can't believe I forgot her name. RGB. RBG, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. When Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and then they rushed one in, right? Fucking McConnell again. Fucking sack of shit. Yeah, Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Oh my God.
Well, 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 if it isn't Ollie. Ollie, Ollie, Oxenfree. Son of a bitch! Two, and you looted? The fuck? How many points did you get? Did you not get points? Oh, you got 4. Son of a bitch. Oh my god. Well, my night's ruined. Baby. Me loot. Yeah. Well, Maddie, you're just greedy. Last dollar. Empire culture. Yeah. That makes sense for you. Let me see that dawn, baby. That dawn, 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 dawn. She is fucking gorgeous, Monica. I was considering doing a Mamdani painting, though. Just Mamdani first. But Mamdani's wife is a fucking babe. Jesus Christ. Hot damn, Dia. You got lots of points. So maybe I'll paint both of them, Monica. You're not yet in soul territory, Mudworks. Not yet in soul territory.
Tonight, you.
Jesus Christ, Ollie. Thank you. Good, thank you, Richards. Don't call me a bitch. I do know she's an artist. And I've seen some of her stuff, but from articles, but I haven't done like a deep dive. Alright, we're gonna be a little bit aggressive. Be aggressive. No giving. Are you trying to give Mudworks your oily points so Mudworks can buy my soul? Is this what collusion? Bequeathing. 27's not bad, Monica. Nope. Nope. You have to earn your oily points. You sick fucks. Bequeathing? Well, you know, Dia, you get money for, you get oily points for donating money. You could buy oily points, everybody. You can buy oily points. I can be bought. So you did earn those. Nope, you can't give them away, Lost. You got to use them, but you'll never lose them. You'll only lose them when when I get bought out by when this stream gets bought out by SpaceX, because of our new AI endeavors. Everybody, I'm now introducing badly made AI, and we are going public. All right, we are going public. All right, I'm looking for a $4 trillion valuation. Yep, we all love AI here. I think we can get a $4 trillion valuation. Okay. Anything less is an insult. Good, Dia. Good. Well, it's just like how I talk with Tatiana every night. All right. My AI chatbot girlfriend, Tatiana. Good, Dia. Good. Well, the baby sea turtles, obviously, still single moms are are obviously our #1 priority. Single moms have had it too good, okay, and so this AI is about obviously doing everything in its power to make single moms' life worse. Yeah, just make your AI boyfriend Boris. I use Grok, Monica, for Tatiana. That hand seems too big, doesn't it? All night long. Let me see the dawn, baby. AI would never lie. AI is incapable of lying.
I said good day!
Good day, Quotenshoff. I guess it's like right here, huh? And I like the way. Do you think the red was a good choice? Do we think the red was a good choice for that hand? For this hand job? Don't know. Alright, good. Good input, thank you. Very helpful. You don't think it was a good choice? I was thinking it would help with this. This being like the major visual effect. Because the painting's very yellow. I don't know. Baby. Da-dong, da-dong, dong, dong. Oh, so they're experts quoting Shaw. No wonder Tatiana is giving me the cold shoulder recently. Baby. I wonder if we just need to go a little bit cooler with it. I need to go higher. I don't think so. Take me higher and higher. This one could probably go a little bit more orange. It is interesting. This is one of the most neutral paintings I've worked on in a while. And that was somewhat intentional. This has been an observation on myself and critique where sometimes I think I really lean too hard into saturation and it leaves me with difficult decisions to make when I'm like in the middle of the painting. You want me to elaborate that on it? I will. Let me see that dawn. So I'm going to try and be a little bit more adventurous. Yes, please. And is the different approach to this painting achieving what you wanted? I'll know when it's done, Yambari, straight up. Like, I think there are elements of this that are going better. But, so the problem with rushing into... Okay. So remember when I talk about contrast, right? The difference between one color and another, right? We have different levers we can pull to make a color different, right? Value, saturation, hue, chroma, and temperature, right? I wasn't going to do it anyways, Monica. I really wasn't. The problem is, and see, I might be running it into it in here, okay? I am like at already full bore saturation here. So then when to do anything else, I have to use one of the levers, right? Usually value, right? But by making this brighter value-wise, I will lose some of the red saturation. This is a particular problem, in my opinion, with greens and reds, okay? So when I make it brighter, it will inherently lose saturation. But so that I'd always have to lose saturation in that decision to change colors or provide contrast. So then I can never add saturation to it, right? Essentially. Or, well, it really, yeah, because it's just like, it's like if you're already at the max. So it might have been better to have base coated this in a slightly desaturated red and then use, or a more even a mid-tone desaturated red, and then push the saturation as I wanted to into higher levels of red. This is extremely important when you're doing portraits, mind you. That concept is extremely important when doing portraits. Oh, interesting, Koensha. Prior to the Netanyahu visit to the United States. So that's what I was talking about. But this whole painting is largely desaturated, right? So I don't have that issue up until these two things. Do you actually want me to say another thing, or are you saying that for comedic effect? You're goddamn right, Laura. Is this a comedy thing? One of your comedy bits, Richards? Your famous Jerry Lewis-esque comedy bits? No, you're good. I just want to make sure. I don't know if you were trying to annoy Monica. Okay. So when you have a desaturated painting, right? This painting is largely desaturated except for this and this, right? So when we talk about contrast, Richards, we can pull different levers to get contrast, right? Oh, they're important for portraits. Skin tones are almost always more desaturated than how you see them. Almost always. Okay, Monica. Or you should stay the entire time. Needy, Monica. Rest well. Portraits, though. So if you make things too saturated, if you make a red too red, you cannot pull the saturation lever in one of the directions. I can't go more red than this. I'm incapable of making this more red than what it is now. Okay? So that means if I wanted to provide contrast while still being red here, I actually have to lessen the saturation, but I can't go more red. So that becomes an odd thing when you're making things brighter, and I can't make the red brighter without going less saturation. You ran into this with your book on that one still life specifically. So when you're looking at something very red or something that is very saturated, it probably benefits you to intentionally start with your like block in or areas like that as less saturated. Not just because it's a primary. We're getting into a higher level thing, Laura, with the Munsell color wheel, where it's like the most red can only be so bright before you can before you have to desaturate it to get it brighter. So yellow at full saturation is the brightest color, right? The darkest being purple, usually purple, maybe some blues. At full saturation, the most purple, I believe, is the darkest color. But so is like red, green, blue are all fairly mid-tone to dark. At the fullest saturation it can be, right? Yellow, orange being the two brightest. But so know that like if you are painting something that is very, very saturated, right? That is something that you will have to battle, right? And so I personally have had an issue of specifically on portraits of painting things too saturated, removing my color options for contrast by doing that. And generally, when you paint them that saturated, you also have a tougher time with realism. That's why you probably have seen me with a few portraits recently where I struggled, where it's like, I don't have the color right, or I you know, things like that. So, you know what, let's put this in the test, right? So, I'm going to repaint this red. No, not because of the background. The background being saturated is rarely an issue. You did, but you know, it doesn't have like, I wouldn't say it's like it's a tough thing to do. I struggle with reds too, specifically on this, you know, argument here, right? Because like, it wasn't as red as you could make it, or the illusion wasn't as red. It was still very good and like serviceable, but it wasn't like you know, vibrantly red, right? But how do we get the vibrant red illusion when we're painting? Right? So that means for our visual effects, we need to be able to turn that lever. We need to be able to turn that lever to more saturation. So let's test out my own theory here. So I'm starting off with a much more desaturated red. I'm adding blue and I'm adding straight green to this, essentially. How to get the illusion, Richards, is what you're asking me? No, so the issue, Yambari, is achieving. So what colors can you use to brighten a color, Yambari? Think back to my ancient text. Yes, yellow and white, right? So we are limited in also what we can add to make something brighter in general, right? So, you know, like when people have like the chalky problems, it's generally like a temperature issue, that we are also limited in how we have to make a color brighter in the direction we can take it, right? Knowing that, right, if we're doing this math in our head, suddenly we're too red, we have to make it less saturated, but we need a bright red highlight, but we have to desaturate it and fuck with the temperature. So now our contrast relationships are like completely off, right? Because now we have less control in how we get to manipulate this color. So I'm going to take my own advice here, because I want this hand to be red. To be red. And I can point to you paintings that I recently have struggled with this on. So like, here. I'll give you a good example. Yeah, Marie. Where's my phone? Right there. Okay. We're going to the Instagrams, everybody. We're going to the Instas. Contrast is always inherently relative to something else, right? But I have a perfect example for you. Go to my the painting Breakfast at Tiffany's Denny's. All right. Go to this painting. Zoom into the brain. Zoom into the brain specifically. I started with like as saturated red on that brain as I could. And I needed to make it brighter. But the problem is all the brighter spots had to go less saturated. So I didn't keep that like the illusion of a very vibrant red in those areas as well as I could have. Right? They turn into cold pinks. I need cold pinks. Or, you know, a neutral. I wanted it to be red. I wanted it to be like neon red, right? Or have that illusion. I did blow it. Goddamn right, Omizu. You could even see that on the greens to a certain extent as well. But that's like one where I struggled with red specifically, right? Because I couldn't keep saturation up while going brighter to accentuate that illusion. So I should have started off with the brain being a little bit less desaturated so that when I went brighter, I could have also made it more saturated. Right? So even though I'm adding white and other things to desaturate it relatively, they would have looked more red than below, achieving the effect I wanted. So like on the kiss, the red looks pretty good to me because I got to keep more areas desaturated, the darker areas, right? Or the darker areas were more desaturated, so that became a more convincing red to me than that brain. I have not blinked, dog. I have never been dumber. That is true, Blink Dog. Very true. I am a big dumb idiot. Do you get what I'm saying, Yambari? Yeah. So, actually, one note, Yambari, on the skeleton and apple, the cup, the bronze brass cup or copper cup, is one that I think I did a decent job on it, where I got to make it brighter while keeping up saturation that achieves the effect that I wanted to. That was one that was executed fairly well. So on apple skeleton, the copper cup in the bottom right. Yep. So yeah, note that it got brighter, but was just as saturated, gave you the effect you wanted. I ain't ever changing, Blink Dog. I ain't ever changing. I hope you've been well, though. Hope you've been well. So. And I already noticed it on this red, by the way, Yambari, that I was using straight red from the tube, and I'm like, oh, that doesn't make it look more red. Right? So now I could take some of this red, desaturate it, right? But make it a little brighter. And then lay that in here in some of these spots, and then in specific spots, I could lay down the straight red, right? And have the room. So we're going to see how that gets executed, right? But that is a personal thing that I have been working, like, cognizant of something I have struggled with on, like, the technicalities of painting that I think I could have done. I could have done a lot better recently, and it's specifically in portraits. Specifically in portraits. Because I could tell you, Yambari and Richards too, if you go back to, I think my 3 best portraits were the Winston Churchill, the Mark Twain, and the Einstein. Okay? I think those were my best portraits I've ever done. Still. And you'll see how, if you actually look at the colors in that, you'll see how desaturated it is, and why that allowed me to do, like, greens and purples and shit like that all over the fucking place. You know, that's like the sweet spot. That is the sweet spot of painting portraits, when you can kind of do any color and maintain realism. In my opinion, that's like one of the best spots to feel like you're in painting. And on all 3 of those, I did it in a row, mind you. That was a good portrait week and a half. I think I did those back to back to back. No, no, no. Let me see the dawn, baby. Do you see how nerdy painting can actually get, Yambari? You see the things I struggle with? It's actually a lot more technical, like in like a very like mathematical way that I think a lot of people want to give it credit for. But what's tough is also being cognizant of your issue, because maybe that isn't my issue, right? There's a possibility that I'm wrong. Yeah. But, you know, it's funny, like I said, I consider those to be my best portraits that I've done. And that was like 2 years ago now. I think over 2 years ago I fucking did those. Now, granted, that was right around the time that was even before, God, it was over 2 years ago. That was almost 3 years ago, wasn't it? It was a time where I stopped. I hadn't even painted from life at that point. I did those. I hadn't even done any paintings from life when I did those. That was February 2024. Then I had been painting from life, I think. So it's just a little over 2 years, 2.5 years. I did my first still life when I went to France, which I think was 2023 now. No, it's 2024. Oh, Hosh withdrew? Yeah, he's hurting. And he didn't get his 10 wins. Clint Eastwood was fine. Clint Eastwood did have the saturation issues, Richards. Clint Eastwood definitely had the saturation issue. But it wasn't bad. Oh, shoulder. My uncle bought that. I have an uncle that really likes Clint Eastwood. I didn't even know, and he bought that from me. Oh, has Kiri not faced Hosh yet? Were they supposed to face today? No, I thought Kirishima beat Hosh earlier. Wait, was Kirishima supposed to face Hosh? I know Kirishima beat Onosato. Oh, I don't remember. He was supposed to. I didn't realize that they had him face him. So, why they not have him face? How does Kirishima not face Hosh this late? The hell? Thank you, Laura. Feel free to ask any clarifying questions. That seems kind of nuts that Anishiki, who's not an Ozeki, faced him before, like 3 or 4 matches ago. Seems odd to me. For drama. Yeah, but, you know, you're asking for trouble when Hosh is already hurt, but these tournaments are so fucking brutal that you're gonna like one of the most important matchups of any tournament is gonna be Kirishima Hosh, and you leave it to, you know, the last 2 days, 3 days. Yeah, so now we're what, 3 tournaments without a Yokozuna matchup? Another sumo portrait, you mean? The problem is I keep on hurting them. Yeah, I really don't like the face slaps. I really don't like the face slaps. It gives me a lot of concerns for these guys. I guess I'm going to have to become the president of the Sumo Association and change the rules, everybody. I guess I'm going to have to do it. Live action. Well, like I said, I've been hurting sumo wrestlers with my paintings. Blink Dog, are you not aware of my powers? My newly discovered powers? You hear about this? Seven of the 8 sumos that I painted portraits of got hurt and had to miss time in tournaments after I painted them. Do you like them, Laura? Who's the half American wrestler, Laura? Yeah, so that's why, remember, that's why I painted Donald Trump, Richards. Yep. Well, I think you knew before. But so I painted Trump and Lindsey Graham died. Yeah, you have a power, Blink Dog. I technically have already, but not a direct one. Yeah, well, no, I mean, I think I just have to do more Trump ones, right? But that means I have to paint Trump on stream again. Let me see. Baby. Dun, 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 dun. But hey, Richards, I'm open for commissions. Listen, everybody, I'm open for commissions, knowing that I have this power. I am open for commissions. Also agree with that, Mud. Two? Jesus Christ! God damn it. It's only one, though. You only got one. Damn, there's two loots today. Bullshit. Oh my god! I think if we're a society that values those things, we can still take measures to not blatantly disregard ramifications of those sports. So sure, we do. People still play football. I still watch football, but I do advocate for them doing it in a manner which they can continue to live with indignity, um, afterwards. I'm not saying get rid of the sport, but I am saying that if we can make positive changes that can help those men live better lives, I am for it. Just like workers, workers working in a plant with poisonous chemicals, and they know they're poisonous, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't take precautionary measures to make sure that those people aren't negatively affected. Ooh. Easy there, done. Baby. No, you're fine, Blink Dog. I think that um that it is not necessarily the responsibility of the workers to make the decision on working in a always, right? An inherent, like, there are times when people have to work a job to live with dignity, um to live with dignity and to make a reasonable living. So there are jobs that are very dangerous that people do willingly, like crab fishing, coal, like, or back in the day, coal mining and things like that. However, that is not a basis on its own to not, because the worker gets to choose theoretically, does not give the business the right to ignore things that can improve the quality of a worker's life and protect them in a much more rigorous way. Because also in the past, companies haven't had to be responsible for the dangers caused by the work that they've had workers do, right? For example, the radium women. And sports have the ability to take precautionary measures to increase the quality of life of their employees, and they should take those. They should have to do that. Yeah. Grabbing is grabbing. But it's related to that, right? So, like, Richard should, like, you know, okay, like, crabbing is crabbing. They know it's dangerous. Well, all right, so should we not make safety equipment mandatory for the boat? Right? Um, Should we limit truck drivers to the amount of hours they can drive in a day? Right? Most of these rules were written in blood. Yeah. So like, you know, I don't know. I don't really humor for the sake of the game that we have to, you know, keep things traditional. I don't really humor that as a valid argument. Or because it's their choice. If that was truly how we left it, then the associations wouldn't have to do anything, and we'd see more murder suicides and suicides, murder suicides, drug addiction, Lou Gehrig's ALS, right? Like shit like that. And I prefer a world where we didn't have, you know, do that. Right. Like so like should we mandate that all boats have, you know, safety measures? It's to me it's the same thing, Richards, right? With sports. Um those have saved lives. But hey, I'm just a simple, stable, um beautiful man from the Midwest. What do I know? No shit, Richards? Jesus Christ. That's terrifying. You think after two you'd be scared. I should probably take a... I haven't taken a break yet. I should probably take a break. Piss and shit it out. It's a balance, though. Certain sports are inherently dangerous. Yeah, I'm not saying that... So, Blink Dog, my argument is not saying that we shouldn't for others. We should do it for every single one. Right? And if we have the ability to make it so 10% of them don't kill themselves when they're 45, I think that's a worthy endeavor and deserves mandatory implementation. Like we have seen in the NFL so many times. And we should improve the Masons as well. Nobody should do their work at the cost of their dignity or health problems, even if willingly done so, if we can stop it. Absolutely. For example, I worked, in engineering. Ergonomic issues were a big thing, right? So, like, we had to implement things at station. Oh my God! Hooray! No break. No break. Hooray! Oh my God! Lil Can Nil Bell GRL, welcome in. Hi, Nixt, welcome in.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. What were you working on? Post your links before I burn this place to the ground. These are, I like to call them things. Tarot card, ooh, nice. Share those links. Get on in here. I'm very close to burning this place to the ground. Think cannibal like Hannibal Lecter. Suspicious. All right, I shouldn't burn this place. Okay. What are we doing here, Mud? You think that will stop it, Mud? Thank you so much for the raid. We are painting in oils today from a live setup. Oh, there we go. As you can see here, it really likes to be overexposed. We got a bunch of hands touching tips. Oh, that's what we're working from. 3 of those hands are plaster casts from my hand. And here we are so far. Yeah, I'm going to go far, but at least in certain professions there. Absolutely. That's not, but that's not an argument against improving it. That means that there's a systemic issue that's problematic. You know what I'm saying, Blink Dog? Let's take a look. Everyone go check out the next link. Ooh, beautiful. The sun. Beautiful work. beautiful. You're welcome. Just so you know, you are stuck here for the rest of time, so I suggest making friends. There is no way out. There is no way out. It's best to accept it and learn and embrace. Yep, no, there's no way out. Next, you did this. All right, don't look at the website. Don't look at that website, everybody. Stop it. Don't do it. IG works. Good blackmail, Salt. Good work. That's good. You know what? Salt, I'm raising your pay. I'm raising your pay to 2 oily points a year. No, they can't leave, bud. Perfect. Everyone go check out Nick's Instagram. One of the best follows you can have. They post at least 8 to 10 times per day. Non-stop, high-quality content. You don't want to miss it. They never stop posting. And you should check it out. Can we talk more color theory now? Though I find that less anxiety-provoking, unless we talk about the ethics of the Carmine trade. I don't have that much information on the ethics of the Carmine trade, except that it was all, colonization-based trade. I have never told a lie in my life, Nixt. Okay? Now, 8 to 10 times per day, every day. And if they don't, they have financial remuneration. Okay? They don't stop. They don't stop. It's the best follow you can have. Best value. They never stop. And they never will stop. Good. Yep. Oh yeah, it's just like I played football when I was younger, quote and Schaff. I banged the shit out of my head all the time. I also played rugby. What do you mean by that, Mudworks? What do you mean by that? What could that... I have never been more mentally sharp. Well, absolutely. Let's see if I can read. Lil Can. Nib. Al Girl. There we go. Good. One take, everybody. One take. Thank you for the follow. One take, everybody. Good work. Yeah, it is. Lil Can. Mm-hmm. Or like Lil Bow Wow. Like Lil Bow Wow. Wasn't there a lot of those Lil rappers? Remember the Nickelodeon commercial, Mudworks, with Lil Bow Wow and Aaron Carter? Oh yeah, R.I.P.D. The Lil Bow Wow, Aaron Carter crossover. Have fun, Salt. Skedaddle. Skedoodle. Didn't they have a song together, now that I think about it? There was a song with Lil Bow Wow and Aaron Carter. Really? That was your first concert? You know, Nix, you were the first one to ever pronounce it correctly. Yep. You were the first person to ever pronounce it correctly. I've been waiting. You're the one. You've done it. Yep. Let's get Nix a Nobel Peace Prize for that. You might have just solved all the world's problems. Wars have been fought over how to pronounce my name. Mainly in Ireland for some reason. Do it for the people, obviously. You care deeply for them. I've got a golden ticket. Good. Good, next. Thank you so much for the raid. Have a lovely night. It's nice when they just accept their fate. That there is no way out. All right, I do need to take a break though. I need to piss and shit out all the demons. Been a while. Maybe this is how I get constant raids. I can get these gloves off. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's a pain. All right, we're going to take a break, everybody. We're going to take a 5-minute break. All right. All right, government mandated break. We're going to come back. We're going to continue painting. I don't think I'm going to finish this today, though. We're going to do one more stream on this bad boy. Hopefully this red hand doesn't fall down, though. And break again. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to run some ads, and we'll see you when I get back. And we're back. And we're back. Blink Dog, you still there? Shit. Oh. Keep it up, baby. Get it up. Get it up.
These are a few of my favorite
These
things.
are a few of my favorite things. When the dew breaks. I'm not a taint. When the bee stings. I'm allergic. When I'm feeling sad. All right. Should we get back to it? Back to the pile? My shoulder has been extremely odd this week, everybody. We've had an odd shoulder week. Thank you, Doc Goddess. Had a weird shoulder week. My favorite things, and then I don't feel so sad. This is Doc Goddess. I think I like the I've liked this composition kind of more and more as I've been as I've been looking at it more. It really depends on how I execute these three. This this pervert triad over here. I do those well. I am realizing that I made things a little bit too bright in general. So I am remedying that a little bit. Oh my god! No loot for Maddie. That's a win. I may be dead on the ground, Maddie, but you did not get your loot. What easel did you say you're getting? Dot Goddess, I'm going to be getting the Sienna counterweight easel. The Sienna counterweight easel. Dia donated a very generous amount of money, and I'm gonna, put up the rest. But I haven't gotten it yet because I need to be careful with money, and that's a very big expenditure. So I need to make sure I can cover that before I go through with it. Unfortunately, because of tariffs and shit, it seems like it's raised in price everywhere. It should, Richards. If we get all those jobs from that guy, it will help me a ton right now. Not to mention if those covers come through as well. It will be nice to actually have a little bit of money again. But yeah, if anybody's curious, the easel I'm going to get is a Sienna counterweight easel. Sienna. If anyone wants to look it up. It's a beefy boy. It's a beefy boy. Yeah, it's stable. Do you know how those counterweight easels work, Dot Goddess? No, I already have shitcoin, Richards. Remember my own cryptocurrency shitcoin? For every shitcoin out there, that I store 1 pound of my shit in a silo that you can redeem the coin for. There's over 1 trillion coins out right now. Yeah, Doc Goddess, are you familiar with counterweight easels? Yep. This one's just up and down. But yeah, you'll be able to move it freely up and down and lock it if you want. It's much more sturdy than this. Like, just everything is better than this fucking thing that I spent $300 on. I mean, this easel is only like a little bit over a year old. And boy, does it suck. Boy, do I hate it. It's amazing how an easel can kind of ruin your... It doesn't ruin my experience. It just, like... It's just annoying. It's just really fucking annoying, this easel. But, it is annoying that I want an expensive easel, but for the sizes of paintings... Yeah, remember? I was excited for it, Mud. It's been incredibly disappointing. It will probably help my shoulder, but I have another change. I have 2 big changes coming with the new easel. What, the easel? In what way, Omizu? If that's serious. But when I get the new easel, I'm making 2 other changes. I'm going to move my palette. So my palette is like, so here I'm looking straight on, my right shoulder's lined up. I have to reach across my body to the palette here. It's on my left, right? This palette is completely on my left. I'm going to move the palette right below here, so it also has the same light. and I'm going to make sure my lighting is better straight up and down. So the same light that hits this hits my palette as well, and I don't have to reach across my body to mix paints and stuff like that. So I'm going to make those two changes as well. Two big quality of life upgrades. I think I'm going to have to build the table or get like a... What I'm thinking about doing is buying a piece of MDF board to the size of my palette to like match it exactly. And then having it sit down on like, sit down on a couple legs. I don't like vertical palettes. I mean, if it was my only choice or practical, I'd do it, but I don't see any um like a vertical palette can only take away things you can do. It doesn't add anything you do. So it's just like it doesn't, it does nothing for me. Maybe you could say it's closer to the painting. Sure. That's probably the biggest plus. God, I fucking sneezing hurts my shoulder. Oh, I hate that. Gesundheit. But like, I mean, if somebody wants to use it, like, or likes a vertical palette, by all means. I just don't, it's not something I really care about. What, the vertical palette? Thank you, Quotenshoff. And then I don't feel so bad. Raindrops on roses and it's warm on lanterns. Yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, I've never tried a vertical. I've seen a few people use vertical. I just for it would be so difficult for me to set up a vertical palette that I've never even considered it. Tied up with string. These are a few of my favorite things. It could be. I also don't think it benefits my learning. Like, I think it's better to be like, have the palette a little farther away so you can see the colors independently and then like condition yourself to make that decision. I don't know, but I'm kind of like, apparently I think I'm kind of a sadist with like how difficult I make everything for me, but for myself. I guess like I have to justify a lot of things I'm doing. It's like, well, I think it helps me develop skills, right? But it makes it harder. Thankfully, it doesn't affect how I enjoy painting, though, which is good. If it affected my like and enjoyment of painting, then I wouldn't do it. In a negative way, I should say. I mean, it makes sense for a filming setup. That's a valid argument. I accept that. But yeah, I'll be very excited when I get that new easel. And I just hope it doesn't arrive broken or something like that. Or I have to go through bullshit like that because it's you know, it's an expensive thing. I mean, it's just really the only important thing about this Omizu, and it's something I've struggled with a lot, is the light that hits this needs to be the same light that hits this. Right? And for me, it's not. It doesn't need to. It's just really fucking helpful. Um, and, you know, with my palette down here, I'll make that 100 times easier. I'm currently adding more yellow saturation, less red saturation, and putting on the brightness, right? And more brightness. So this was a little bit more red on that darker shade, Yambari. So now I'm having a higher level of yellow. Right? Which also brightens it up, right? So now, see, and this is why yellow's a great color though, and yellow is fairly easy to work with, right? Because I can move the value up and increase the saturation very easily. Right? The yellow is so bright that I don't have to make, you know, I don't have to make a Sophie's choice on what I change, you know, about the color to get what I want. Now, the one thing is did I, like, am I too red? I think in the shadows I'm a little bit red. I need to make this thumb more sausage-like. There we go. But so now, if I just add more yellow to this, right, and start focusing on smaller shapes. Nope, 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 no. No, 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 no. Maybe we go less. There's like there's a tilt to this finger, and I need to make sure I keep. I've seen... Yeah, same, Omizu. I'm not too particular about my setup. Have you seen the Geneva easel made by the guy Mark on Draw Mix Paint? I have. It's a counterweight easel as well. I have one big issue with the Sienna one. The Sienna has like a singular, like it only has like really one point of contact for the bracing, where I want that spread out between multiple spots down and above. But the Geneva one was the first one I saw that was a counterweight easel. I'm like, oh shit, that's cool. And when I had more money, I was actually considering buying that one. But I'm like, wait, settle down. You know. That wasn't a big priority at the moment. Yeah. No, I like Mark Carter a lot, except that like it's kind of funny, he kind of hates painting. He kind of hates painting a bit. And he teaches, the method he teaches of painting is like there's like no joy in it. That's like my biggest criticism of him. But I think he's a good person. I think he's a good person. And I've learned a lot of great things from him. Yeah, like, you know, he seems like a bit beaten down because I think, like I said, how he paints is just so tedious that it's just like oh, I do too. I built one of his color checkers when I was thinking about doing that. I decided against using a color checker. But you know, and he's the reason why I say, like, to people, like, if you want to like just make something very realistic, I could tell you how to do it and you just follow his videos and his methods. Just, it's kind of a miserable way to paint. It's kind of just a miserable way to paint. And I think he'd agree with it. I think he'd agree with that as well, mind you. Yeah. But that's also how I feel about hyperrealism, Becca. Like, not to be a dick about it, but it's just like pre-mixing colors, checking every color, you know, take away creative decisions. You know, to me, it's like anti-impressionism, right? Is how I view it within realism. That's literally how he did 2 presidential portraits of Mizu. He literally, he'll tell you to pre-mix and on your entire palette. He'll have like 40 splotches of paint for like sections of color. You know, he teaches you how to measure from eye and from tools. So then he does a sketch where he, you know, measures it all out. And he basically creates a formula to get, very high realism. But it's just like, it's how you take away any creative challenge in the painting and to yourself mentally, right? And once again, I could see how that appeals. I could see how that appeals to people. But boy, when I realized, I'm like, holy shit, I do not want to do this. Well, I also think it makes you a better painter, like I said, why don't you see me like pre-mix any colors? Because I am teaching myself to see, mix, apply, right? And if I want to become the painter I want to become, I have to be able to do that with, a very what's the right word? Decisive and absolute way, right? But like, this is like mixing your colors is how you get better at seeing your colors, right? Like, it should like that. By the way, Yambari, are you still here? Yambari, can you hear me? So you see this yellow right here I'm mixing? It's more desaturated. There's some blue in here relative to the yellow I applied on there, but I'm trying to get it at a similar value, right? I'm toning down saturation, adding white to keep the brightness up, because the way I desaturated was make it darker originally. So I have a very similar value here, right? To apply something that you'll see as something different in the painting, right? In the area, while desaturating, right? But once again, applying, changing our contrast levers by desaturating it. But now from this point, I could add yellow to make it more saturated, right? In the same way. These are the things that like really make portraits special in general. That's right, Doc Addis. I actually start painting in a larger format. I don't know, Mizu. I am really, like I said, I really advocate for striving to become better, right? And doing things that will improve your skills, that will empirically improve your skill, right? And, people could say maybe I'm painting in a way, maybe because I'm unsure about my drawing or block-ins, that, how I'm painting is miserable, maybe. But, I really like to keep my creative options open throughout the entire painting process, right? Because boy, without that shit, man, I don't know, like, are we just trying to like is it like, this is an overused argument, but really, are we trying to create like a paint by number situation for all of our paintings? Or are we trying to, paint? So all you have to do, Yambari, next time you paint, what I want you to do you want, all right, hold on. Do you want a way that you could practically practice this? It is. People love doing, there are people who genuinely love doing hyperrealism, and God bless them. I just, you know, um, it seems like a very like disheartening way to paint. So no, that's why watercolors are hard. So with watercolors, you control that with the amount of water you add. So your saturation level, Yambari, is two. You have two different saturations you can play around with, right? You have color saturation. How blue is your blue? You also have how much water you add and how much white, right, you have come through. So so you have two saturation levers in watercolor. So yes, you can't do this, and this exercise doesn't apply to watercolors. I agree, Doc Goddess. So like for you, because Yambari, the paper's like adding white, right? Yambari. So it's like, how much white do you want it to come through? So you could theoretically mix any color, water it down enough, right? Where it's, you know, the same amount of white coming through. And that's a difficult thing. Partly why I struggle with watercolors, mind you. All right, we're gonna do one more layer on this red because I want to test this out. So we're gonna brighten up this red. We're not gonna go to the full red right here. We're gonna take some of this previous mixture that we had. That was our base coat. We're gonna mix it with this other red over here. And we're gonna take a little bit of lead white with it too, which will desaturate it but brighten it, right? Levers, right? We have desaturation. We have blue. We have desaturated the red. We're not as bright as the red, but maybe we actually brighten it up even more. A little bit more. But we're still not crazy saturated like we were before. So let's put in another level. Right? But this is more red. than what we had before. Goddamn right, Yambury. Maybe a little bit brighter. And maybe a pube of yellow. Maybe another pube of yellow. There we go. Yeah. What if I candy striped a hand? No, I am completely against the candy stripers. They know what they did. The candy stripers know what they did. This didn't make a huge difference, but we'll see. We're not gonna do another layer on this tonight, but you know, we have some definition coming through. So hopefully this will allow us to make the red pop. To pop! And you know. I feel like I did a lot of teaching today. Was this a heavy teaching day, everybody? Are we going to need an institute day? It's too bad there are no institute days. Pretty confident in a lot of our placement here. There are a couple things I could add, though. Let's see how this looks. Of course. You know I love discussing this. I don't mind being challenged on what I'm talking about. Mostly nonsense. Son of a bitch. Bring this up. No, so on those desk mats, Doc Goddess, they will scratch. They will scratch over time. However, if I bought the glass I bought now is borosilicate glass, which is scratch resistant. And it's held up very well to scratches. So if you wanted to put in more money, I got this custom cut and sized on Amazon. They have that available on Amazon. And so you would need a scratch resistant hard glass, particularly it's called borosilicate. Borosilicate. Okay. I believe that's linked in my Discord as well. Yep. And that's what you would need. If you don't want your palette to scratch, then you would need to get that. But if you're just looking for something cheap, just buy the glass desk mats. But like, you know, this was $100. This piece of glass Doc got us was $100. But I mind that I'm unable. Then you got to learn, quote and shuff. Then you got to learn. I welcome challenges to any of my opinions, and I hope that you fact check things that I tell you. I welcome that. I'll eat crow if I have to. Because I don't want to be spreading bad information around. I'll eat that crow. Bring me that crow. I'll eat it. All right? Brown paper packages tied up a string. These are a few of my favorite things. Playing Geoguess for some minutes ago. I didn't know that. King of Prussia. Yeah, America has some interesting ones. There's a lot of Native American ones though too that are pretty interesting. Like in Wisconsin, we have a lot. There's a lot of Native American names around Milwaukee specifically. So there's like Wauwatosa, Pewaukee, what are the other ones? There's a lot in Wisconsin that are like uncommon names for what we're accustomed to. Illinois, there's not a ton of Native American names. Wisconsin particularly had a lot though. Light up a string. Behind this name? There might be. Yeah, apparently. Very interesting. Oh, interesting. Run up in strings. These are a few of my favorite things. When the dog bites. Yeah, it's too much. So maybe just like right there. You know why. Cackling. You know why. You know what you did. You just had to be at that Friday fish fry. Nice. Yeah, you can get great mirrors at thrift shops. Doc Goddess, I got one from there too. A large one. You just had to be at that Friday fish fry. All these issues could have been avoided. Hi, Shasta. Um, I don't want to. I don't really want to finish it tonight. It's probably not the worst idea to finish it. Should we do it because it's just relevant to our discussion? Maybe it is independent of everything else. Yeah, you convinced me. You convinced me. We could finish it. Ooh, fantastic. Yeah, Shasta, you only got a few more days to get that dong in. Tied up in string. You just had to be
I can
right.
feel it all the way down in my plums.
Right in those plums. Good, 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 good. All right. So let's get this darker shadow note. Yeah, that's a good point. God damn it. We'll finish the red hand. I mean, probably got about 30 to 40 minutes, Doc got us. Yep, exactly. You can't do the same color for everything. It's part of the challenge. All right, so let's do this red, huh? Okay, so now the question is, do we want to make a desaturated red of the same value? We'll put this in a... We'll create some room for this. How do I achieve this red? So if we have our full red here, that's as red as we can go. We can't make anything redder than this. So if we have our desaturated red, but we got to make it, if we want to make it the same value, we could add yellow and white. We'll use lead white. I think it needs to be a little bit brighter. I think I need to add a little bit more red to this. That's not red enough. So similar value. You know what we could do, actually? I got a plan. We'll go more magenta with it. Okay, similar value. Let's make a cold red. A little bit of white. There we go. Good. So if we're planning this out, right? We got 3 variants of red, but then we have our red, right? So let's try. We'll figure out when we need to go brighter and desaturate it, though. Oh. Son of a bitch. Okay. So let's start off with this one. It's a little bit hard for me to see with the glare I got going on there. A little bit brighter. Don't cover up the whole thing. Leave some of that dark below. Let's just go straight red and magenta for a couple marks. So really saturated overall. Still seems so dark though. Jesus Christ. We'll put this on like near edges where we transition some stuff. I think like in the fingers and like down here. Right there. Dealing with some glare. Some annoying glare. Okay, so now we'll use a smaller brush for this. We're gonna make sure it's clean. We're gonna clean it with the red, so we don't have any contamination. Okay. We'll even get a paper towel. Let's see if we can get this effect that we want. red. Okay. I'm going to go back to the palette a lot here to make sure the color is really crisp. I'm not going to try and like blend it on the canvas either, okay? Don't let yourself just like kind of be lazy and like mix it with what's underneath it, because that's not what we're going for, right? We're going for crisp color. Right? We're going to try and hit all these areas, but we're not going to try and cover up everything to get this effect. That we want. We shan't cover up all those other marks that we just put down, right? But the areas that are bright, we do have to kind of cover the area, like the brightest areas. We are going to cover the entire area with it. But so now we have this like, you know, the body, or like, sorry, the main top of the hand. Yellow and a little bit of lead white dot got us. I do think I kind of wanted a bigger brush though for some of these marks now. So let's wipe this off. We'll reuse some of that. So why not? Because we got like this area that's like very bright, right? So we're going to do big chunky marks right there. Okay. And I'm trying to do some brush strokes like in line with the fingers, so that when we do have some of these under layers that we have, will show through. And I'm also going to go back with the magenta mix and reapply to a couple areas. Okay. I need more red. Second. Just gonna put it over here. I'm being very liberal with this because there's a hole in the tube. We're gonna put a little stand oil in it as well. We'll go back in, we'll do a couple more pure red marks. Make sure we're covering what we need to cover, and it's these bright spots that we need to make sure that there's this maybe a little bit more on the fingers. Kind of mix that in a little bit. Up there. Okay. Okay. So now we need our bright spots. So I didn't use any of this. Maybe here, hold on. Let me do a test. Their more desaturated one. In some spots around here. All right, so now we're gonna go in with yellow. We're gonna try and do a clean mix of this with the little yellow I have left on my palette. I gotta be careful with how much red I got, so let's... Brighter pube of lead white. There we go. Okay, let's wipe this brush off. So now we got our brighter mix. We don't have a lot of it though. We're just going to touch around the areas that have reflections. We're going to touch the areas that have reflections and high spots. I wish I could make more paint with this. But I see these like high spots. Do I want to paint in the white like the paint flaking off is the question. Keep it light and casual. I kind of want to paint the flake paint off or up as well. I think I could add something to it. But let's finish these marks out. Now we're going to go less yellow, more white. Lead white, that is. These are all real hands. Days. How are you? How have you been? These are this hand. These three are casts that I did. Thank you. How have you been? I'm doing swole. Doing all right. How have you been? How I've lurked a few of your streams. Been lifing it up long, yeah. I know what you mean. That salty bitch life. You'll get back. Yeah. All right, we're gonna try painting on the scrape paint. We're gonna do it, everybody. I decided. It is decided. Might need a little bit more yellow for that though, but we'll see. I know. We all know. But I'm glad you're doing well. Glad you're doing well. Yeah, these are all what's it? Hands. Three of these, like I said, are hands I cast from myself with plaster and stuff. Oh, of course. I ain't stopping. Unless. No, I like this shit too much to stop. I like it too much. Okay. So now these blotches are like pure white. Well, let's do the very bright spots next that are still red. Maybe a smidge of blue and magenta. Maybe not. Have a good one, Richards. Enjoy your Saturday. Okay. Now we got one more pink mark to make. Oh, fuck. Okay. Now we got to do the reflections, the reflection marks. And I think we just got to do those in a neutral gray, not red. So let's get this red out of the brush. Oh, too much red over here. Beans, okay. Let's keep it fairly neutral. Going with some blue. Okay. Just more white. Okay. This should be our reflection color. I fucking missed. Shaky hand. Shaky hand. Don't go overboard. Let's go back to the red. I wish I could just use this. Okay, whatever. I need another tiny brush to clean up some of these reflections. The thing about reflections, you don't want them to be big. You don't want them to be tiny. Go one more layer up with one of these. What are we getting cartoony big? The reflections? No. Me? Never. More. Okay, so now the tough marks, which are the white splotches that I think lean yellow. So let's see how these look. We have one right here. A lot of red came up on that. And over here. And then we have a couple on this knuckle. Hi, Emberfern. Welcome in. Yeah, we're finishing this red hand today because I'm worried about it falling. So. A lot of little details we're just picking up. But how have you been? Did we get there on the hands? On the hand, on the red. Okay, well, good. Because, yeah, you're stuck here forever. You know this. You know there's no way out. Well, there's only one way out, and we all know what it is, so. You know. We don't need to discuss it. Obviously. Is that okay? All right, good. You know what? I'm going to use that as an advertisement, Emberfern. Yeah, it's going well. You know, are you joining the Paint-A-Dong? Are you? There's still time. $2 billion prize pool online. All right, how did we get there, everybody? Did we get the realism that we wanted? What are we thinking? $2 billion prize pool. $2 billion prize pool. How could you say no to that? You know, just go to your local grocery store, pick up a baby carrot and two cantaloupes, and just go to town. Oh yeah, you'll definitely get paid. You'll definitely get paid. Very real. Good. Good, 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 good. Yambari, are you here? Yambari, can you hear me? You're locked in. What do you think? Did we get there? You can be honest. I might have to trip and fall. Wink. No, no, no. You paid me. You know, I already took the money out of your account. Good. All right. Monet, not yet. It's for these hands. It's for this hand and this hand. We don't need to Monet this. But, you know, one more mark. Hands, 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 hands. Yeah, good. No, no, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right. Done. We're done. We're done for today. This is it. Damn it. Son of a bitch. Good. No, you're fine. You made a good point. What will this be called?
Son of a bitch!
This will be called feet. This will be called feet. It's already broken. I could fix it. It'll just be the finger breaking off. I had to fix it right before stream, so I'm gonna leave it up just in case it stays. If it falls and breaks, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. It didn't hit the lower one. So yeah, I'm gonna take my chances. You know, I think I could get that other one in place. It won't damage the other ones. The other one's more rigid than the red one, so. Never tell me the good Indiana Jones quote. Fantastic. Love those movies. Don't breathe too hard when wiping today. I might hyperventilate. Still gotta cook dinner. but it shan't take too long. Basically dumplings. Dumplings, I'm gonna have it with rice. I already have the mix made, and I'm doing it in a pan. Like, I'm not like, I'm not like stuffing them individually, but it's basically like dumpling filling with noodles. I'm gonna eat that with rice, and I made Korean cucumbers the other day, and it's good. I had it for my last 2 meals. Yeah, it's good. Not that expensive. Hands, feet. I wish the molding powder wasn't so fucking expensive, though, for this shit. I put them in a paper towel and throw them in the garbage, Ember. That's it. That's what I'm doing, Pickles. I saw that video. No, we don't eat the paint. And I'm like, oh, that's easy. I had dumpling wrappers and I had ground pork, so. Yummy. Okay. All right. And now while you're all here, so you're all vile perverts, time to wipe the D. Time to wipe that D live and uncensored. No, you will look at this. Look at me. Oh, God. Never gets easier. Jesus Christ. This is psychological torture you're all putting me through. Watching me sit here do this to myself. This is just despicable. I'm going to report all of you. You should all be on lists. Especially you. It's really hard to point right now.
Tonight.
Oh my God. Alright. Eat shit? No. I'm gonna have a good dinner. I'm gonna finish it with a long, smooth RC Cola. Alright. There's one, but that's Kevin's. That's Kevin's. Nope, a cherry RC. Alright, let's find somebody to raid. I might just raid Sumo, though. Considering it's almost done. I mean, Lordy, Squatting Cat. Ches. Yeah, we're just gonna raid Midnight Sumo. Okay. Alright, everybody. Till next time, I shall Emberfern. You too, Yambri. Probably streaming on Monday, but it could be Sunday. Maybe I finish this on Sunday and maybe I figure out a plein air place on Monday, maybe. Maybe we do that. We'll see. We got one more session with this. We got one more session with this, and it'll be done forever. And Doc Goddess, you too. Please, if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, please subscribe to my YouTube. I'm sad and desperate. And yeah. And get your friends, relatives, spouses, children. Dong watch. Oh yeah, and then Paint a Dong. Last day to submit. Sunday at midnight or Monday morning at midnight. Whatever, however you want to say it. At midnight on Sunday is the deadline. Please get your dongs in. All right. And yeah, till next time. Greenbag, we'll see you in hell. Oh, thank God stream is over. That was really exhausting.
Fahrenheit.
I'm just going to say my deepest, darkest secrets out loud right now.
For the air conditioning.
First,